Noise suppressor not working. I'm gonna put a little gate on there. Should have figured this out before I started streaming. I'm just gonna leave it. Alright. Let's do this. Jesus, loud. Dude, I swear I've gotten worse at this. I was just having a bad day yesterday. Why am I sucking today? Hey, Mr. Leaky, what's up? Fuck, man. Fuck! It's the best part of the show. What the fuck? Dude, I am getting worse. Holy shit. Oh my god, dude. I'm getting so many wrong. This is even worse than yesterday. Yesterday was so bad, and today's even worse. What the fuck? They're like a fucking brain tumor, man. Fucking terrible. I keep confusing thirds and fifths. Fuck! Fucking hate this shit. This shit fucking sucks, man. so many that are like north of 600 cents. That's so weird. I did pretty good though. Score up. Not my best, but it's pretty good. Top 40 is good. For me. Kusatafu, that's a new one. That's my best, is 30th. It's not terrible. I got 2 wrong. That's crazy. Alright. Let's keep going. I mean, I only got 2 wrong, like mid 30th. I don't know how many are wrong, just now. What? That did not make a clip that. I never want to do that on my website again. So bad, this one. Man, I'm so sick of this shit. so bad. Jeez, man. Okay. It's terrible. Alright, here's what I've been cooking up mostly yesterday, but the last couple days, I guess. This temperament notation thing. I came up with the whole thing just from looking at temperaments in 27 equal. I was looking at the MOS scales. And literally like just going through the numbers and figuring out which ones lined up with which chords. There were a couple I couldn't find though, for whatever reason, and I asked xenharmonic Alliance about it, and Nick Vucci pointed me in the right direction with that. So props to Nick. And that was the last piece I needed to finish all the names. It was the last piece of the puzzle of having a complete names. The thing is though, is when I went in yesterday and I was testing the chords out, well, overall it was good. It was good. I actually feel a little warmer towards it now that I've been going through, because the names do actually, like, it's not like a coincidence that I worked in 22 equal. It's just like, this is sort of, it does feel like the naming convention does feel pretty good. Like when a chord is like a minor, if it has like the minor qualifier, major qualifier, like it's reflected in the sound. And like even when I was like doing stuff with the chords that I thought it was gonna, I guess I just didn't understand music really. Like I would if you take a neutral chord and you raise the fifth, it makes it sound more minor. And if you lower the fifth, it makes it sound more major. And it's like, why is that? Like, why when you're brightening the chord does it sound like a darker chord? And when you darken the chord, why does it sound like a brighter chord? But actually, the reality is that's not really what makes it sound major or minor. What makes it sound major or minor really is just like that distribution of weight across the whole structure, across the whole fifth span. So having the proportion look more like a major chord or look more like a minor chord gives it a relative majory or minory sound in comparison to each other, or even in comparison to like neutral. So like, yeah, anyway, I mean, it makes sense. It's the sort of thing where it's like, oh wait, why does that not work? Like, I don't know why I ever thought it would work the other way, but especially because we did a lot of stuff like that already in like the 23 Ito, like looking at those quasi-diatonic scales and stuff, and even the chords in 23 even chords in 22. I've been seeing this pop up like over and over and over again, but for some reason it still hasn't really clicked in. But it really is like there's like it's not just scales though, it's also the chords. Like there's like a, and I don't know why it wouldn't be, you know what I mean? But just saying, there's like a major contour and then there's like a minor contour. And the names, like even before I listened to the chords, when I was just going through, I was just looking at the intervals and I was giving them the names. And then like when I would hear a lot of the chords, some like once I went through enough of the chords where I could like look at one compared to the other, like the mosh major and the mosh minor like just made sense, like compared to each other. So it is a lot of names, but it is definitely, I think, worth trying out anyway, because it does like connect everything in interesting ways that just doing ups and downs in major and minor, that kind of misses out on. It's like a more fleshed out picture of what's happening. That being said, there were a few chords that kind of didn't behave the way I thought they would, and they were all bright. They all had chords with fifth spans larger than a perfect fifth, which 22 equal has a couple of these. It has the magic triad and the sense of magic triad. And those work out well in the temperament notation. We have magic major, magic minor, sense of major, sense of minor, and sense of magic. It all kind of makes sense in 22. And we have similar chords in 27, although we have an actual symmetrical augmented chord in 27, the same as 12, you know. But like 27 is a machinoid chord, or machinoid, however you pronounce that. That's like very similar to sense of magic. It's a little wider. Sense of magic only stretches well, actually, wait a second. How does sense of magic goes? E to down G, I think, right? Anyway, machinoid is a little wider because the super major thirds are a little wider. But I think it might go to down G too, but the down G in 27 is like really wide. I'm trying to think, does it go to down G in 22 or does it go super major third? So C to E, it should go C, E, G sharp. G sharp's not down G at all. And 22 it should also go C, E, G sharp. Yeah, they should both be C, E, G sharp. So what's the difference? C, E, G sharp, C to G sharp in 22. How wide is that? So it'd be D to B or whatever. Be 927. I wonder if they're even that different. Well, probably not, actually. 933, yeah, they're very similar. Oh, that's the difference. That's the difference. C to G sharp is a major sixth. No, it isn't 22 too. There's no difference. It doesn't go to B though, dude. It goes to hold on, what the fuck? This is 22. 8 and 8 is 16. Oh, so it's 16 E to 6. And then this one would be 20. Well, look at, they both go to down major 6. In 22, that's 872 and 27 that's 888. It's not that different. It all lines up very similarly. I wonder why there are different temperaments, even. Because the super major in 22 is 436 and 27 and it's 444. They're not that far apart. But I guess, I don't know. Yeah, that's a bit of a tangent. Okay. Yeah, a few of the chords did surprise me. So the machinoid did not. So what it was is that, or what it is that in 22, the magic chords. There's like a different kind of chord in 27 that's not in 22. And it's this chord that the fifth span is greater than a perfect fifth, which 22 has two of those, or not two of them, it has 6 of them, but anyway. But there's 6 chords in 27 where the fifth span is greater than a perfect fifth, and then there's no interval that repeats in the chord. So like when you invert it, so the chords that are like that are the dichoid and the hyrulic. So this dichoid inverts to dichoid major is what I'm calling it, which inverts to dichoid minor. I want to double check these names though, because the dichoid chord sounds really minor-y. And like, I don't know that this, calling this one minor and calling this one major really works with these. And then the same thing with the hyrulic. I kind of think that those 6 chords, so it's 2 pairs of 3 basically, or no, I'm sorry, 2 pairs. That makes no sense. It's two sets of 3. So it's there's 3 dichoid chords and then 3 hyrulic chords. But like my normal system for like relating the chords to each other kind of doesn't work here. So I'm gonna, well, maybe it does work, or maybe it works well enough, but that is the problem I really want to solve today. So hopefully I'll solve it sooner than later, because I would like to stop thinking about shit and actually start playing around and hope maybe even writing something. That'd be nice. But I do want to get this shit sorted out. So I'm gonna hop over to the lumatone, the lumatone, and that's what we'll do. Ow, jeez. Okay, let's go. So, these dichoid. I'll probably go and double check everything else too. I want to mess with this first. So the dichoid, it's neutral, then major, Yeah, it sounds minor. So this dichoid minor is major, super major. It sounds augmented. And then dichoid minor. Sounds minor compared to this. So what is the dichoid? The regular one? This one is tough because we didn't call this shit. Oh, I was playing the wrong one. The dichoid major is a neutral on top. That sounds minor. They all sound minor. That's not right. And these are tough because they all sound very similar. I do think this is kind of the main one. It's like the most resolved one. So it kind of doesn't make sense to say major and minor as well because the fifth span on these two chords is not the same. So on this one, every inversion has a different sized fifth. So the dichoid, like the main one, or what I conceive as the main one, it has an up five. And then the dichoid, one of the other ones has a down sharp five, the other one has a down five. No, half sharp five. So the dichoid minor has the biggest fifth. That one's the major, super major. This is the biggest fifth. That one's in the middle. That was the smallest fifth. Okay, so yeah, this is a kind of a conundrum. Because what do you call these chords? So that's one. So what's the name of dichord? Is a neutral major. And then this. The problem is, like, two of these sound really minor. Like this one and this one. But I guess right now I have, that's just the plain dichoid. This dichoid minor, dichoid major, but they don't really like work as cleanly as some of the other ones. Can I rate the various series content you made? I guess. What'd you make? That's wrong. It's this. And then it's on your account. Man, I'm so like fucking confused by this. Stop covering yourself in honey. Okay. I've never done that in my life. Don't intend to start. Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to like solve a problem right now. So these. Dude, I don't know. Like, this could be dichoid. This could be like, it almost sounds augmented. And then this also sounds minor. If I played a minor chord, and then I play this chord, why does this sound minor? Does this sound like an inverted minor or something? Let's see. this is augmented. Compared to the augmented, that sounds minor, and that sounds major. So an augmented is kind of like a neutral of this fifth, this half sharp fifth. Maybe I should look at the other one. You eat fleas, okay. The fuck? Let me look at the other one. So like the hyrulic. Because major and neutral. So that sounds kind of major. And then the hyrulic major goes super major, major. That also sounds major. And then the hyrulic minor goes neutral, super major. That sounds minor. So the hyrulic minor does sound minor. And both the hyrulic and the hyrulic major sound kind of majory. Although that sounds more augmented than major, but. And the regular hyrulic is this. And that does sound major. And this one does sound minor. So one possibility would be call this augmented, call this minor, which it already is, call that major. Or we could call this hyrulic, call this the major, and call the other one the minor. Don't worry about augmented at all. Or like put augmented in parentheses or something, I don't know. Maybe that would be good for that. So maybe just swap hyrulic and hyrulic major, because those sound more like that. And the augmented one, it's not part of the, it's not consistent with the other names, but actually it would be more consistent with the 22 Ito names if the augmented spelling was the unspecified one, because in Magic that's kind of the nice tone augmented, and then I guess both the Magic, all three Magic chords are augmented really, but this chord is not like that. This is a very weird chord. It's more like Sense of Magic, but Sense of Magic at least has an inversion that is just like 2 super major thirds, so it's easy to just think of that as being the main one. No idea what any of this means. I'm trying to figure out some microtonal chord names for 27 divisions of the octave. And as you can imagine, this is a very popular topic. I want to be the first to do it. No, I'm just kidding. No one's trying to do this. There's no rush, in fact. But I am trying to get it done and over with so I can start writing music and stop fucking thinking about this shit. Alright, so Gory Listen Teller, that's an interesting name. Okay. So I think I'm going to try that. I think I'm going to call the hyrulic major just hyrulic, and I'm going to call the thing I was calling just hyrulic major. And before, what I was doing was basically I was seeing the super major thirds as sub-fourths, and I don't know. I don't even feel like explaining it because I don't think I'm going to end up doing that. But yeah, so this one would have the plus. And then this one would just be blank. I can't see this, but I do have a little sheet here. Okay, and then maybe that one is solved, so maybe that can help me with the one I was just trying to do. So if I go back to dichoid, is there one that is most diminished or augmented sounding? The thing is I feel like there's like 2 that sound minor. So does one of those sound diminished maybe? That would be, I think, the problem solver right there. Because then it could just mirror the way magic works. Which that would be the one I labeled as dichoid. So maybe that would just stay the same. Maybe I don't need to change this. It's just that sounds minor. It doesn't sound diminished. Major, and then major, super major. That sounds kind of augmented. And then yeah, this one is tough because this sounds augmented maybe, but then it has like 2. It sounds like 2 minor chords. So this one is rough. There's not really there's not an obvious symmetry here that I can like base this off of. Like the hyrulic thing didn't help. So I think right now this is the dichoid major. Oh, that's the chord right there. Well, that should be dichoid major. The major is super major. So right now I have it labeled minor. God, this one, the major minor thing, like, it's not, doesn't feel quite right here. Is there something else? Like when we augment a chord and diminish a chord. So what's happening when we do this? So when we are here, our third and our fifth are as small as they're going to be. When we get here, our third is bigger, but our fifth is as big as it's going to be. And when we get here, our third is as big as it's going to be, but the fifth gets smaller. So these don't really transform in a way that lines up cleanly with like major and minor. And two of the chords sound minor, but they all invert to each other. So what could you do? I mean, you could call one of them minor anyways, leave the other one blank, and then call the last one major, even though it doesn't really sound major. So this one right here has an up 5. This one has a half sharp 5. No, a down sharp 5. This one has a half sharp 5. So if we go in order of fifths, we go, or increasing size of the fifth, we go like this. Descending. Shit. So of the three, this is like the most diminished. Really close to a minor chord. And then It's weird because things are not. Only the left one is a major? What are you talking about? That one? Or this one? Or this one? 1, 2, or 3? 1, 2, 3. The second one is major. Is that what you're saying? Oh, they all sound kind of minor-y to me. Like if you're in 12 equal, and you take an augmented chord, so it's a C augmented. You have C, E, G sharp. You have that in 27 as well. It's tuned exactly the same. That's this chord right here. In 12 equal, when you raise the fifth, that sharp 5, up to the next note, you get C, E, and A. And that is an A minor chord. Now, we're not moving it quite as far, but we're still moving that fifth up, and it still sounds kind of minor-y, if that makes any sense. So we're going like, if this is an augmented chord, not even if this is an augmented, it is an augmented chord. We move that top note up. It's not going as far as it would go in 12. In 12 it would go closer to here, but it's approaching that minor zone, which almost gives it like a I don't know, it's like a neutral minor. It's really hard to categorize these. They have such a neutral thing about them, in which neutral is just like ambiguous. This is the hardest. These are the hardest chords to figure out the names. Right now, I'm calling this dichoid. I'm calling this dichoid minor, I think, and this dichoid major. But I think they all sound minor. So it's kind of weird. Because yeah, all the chords move. And the reason it's these three chords is because they're all the same chord inverted. That's the dichoid. When you invert it, it becomes dichoid minor. And then when you invert it again, it's a dichoid major. But they all just sound like a one fucked up minor chord. Good morning. Hey, what's up? Doman. How you doing? So the mainstream media wants you to think. The mainstream media is fucking convincing me that that's a minor chord. It's closer to a minor chord. Dude, I'm just so lost right now. These three chords are fucking me up. crowbar. It's gonna be a while before that happens. Naming chords seems such a mess to you. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's why nobody's trying to do it. I mostly have it. I have all of them except for 3. I'm satisfied with everything except for these 3 chords that all invert to each other. They're like augmented chords, but they're also like minor chords, and they're also like neutral chords, but they mostly sound like fucked up minor chords. And like even when you invert it, it still sounds like a fucked up minor chord. So using the same system to distinguish doesn't really make sense here. They're like super minor, almost neutral. So this chord is a neutral third, followed by followed by a major third. So it's a neutral chord with an up 5. So it has almost like a minor-ish sound. That'd be a major. It sounds like an inverted minor chord, kind of. But when you invert it to the position, that would make sense. Oh, that would be that one, I guess. That'd be minor. Maybe I'll just keep what I have. It's not perfect because they all sound minor, but... What I have is that this is dichoid. This is dichoid minor. And this is dichoid major. But that doesn't really sound major. And also usually on these when there's a major and a minor form of the same, or like a major and minor like chord with the same name otherwise, they usually have the same 5th span, but some of these don't. So like in 22 equal, like sensa major and sensa minor, they had the same 5th span, and magic major and magic minor have the same 5th span. But in this, the hyrulic and the hyrulic major and hyrulic minor have different 5th spans, and then the dichoid major and dichoid minor have different 5th spans. So it kind of doesn't add up in the same way. But I think all the other ones do. Let me double check. So mosh minor is G half flat, so it's a half flat 5th. Mosh major has a half flat 5th. Movilla minor has a down 5. Movilla major has a down 5. Archa minor has a down 5. Archa major has a down 5. Mach minor has an up 5. Mach major has an up 5. Mosh major has a half flat 5. Oh, and mosh minor does too. I already went over that one. Sorry, mosh minor does as well. Yeah, so all the rest of them have that consistency, but these two sets of three, every inversion has a different fifth span instead of just one of them having a different fifth span. So like for all the other chords, the unqualified chord has its own fifth span, and then the qualified ones have a different fifth span, but they're the same as each other. So like in 22, or it's the same in 27, but like in 22 Magic, I'm just talking about 22 because I know 22, I just know, I have it memorized. Magic has an up 5, then Magic Major and Magic Minor have a down sharp 5. And then Sense of Magic has a sharp 5, and then Sense of Major and Sense of Minor have an up 5. So even though the home version of the chords doesn't have the same fifth span, the qualified versions have the same fifth span, and they're literally you just swap the intervals. So like in Magic Minor, you go major, super major, that's the third sizes, major third, super major third, and then in Magic Major you go super major third, major third. So it's just like how with major and minor, the thirds swap, it's just the thirds are different on the temperament major and minor chords. But with these chords here, these hyrulic and dichoid, the fifths all alternate in a weird string, so they're more asymmetric. The distribution feels, I mean, it's balanced, but it feels asymmetrical. These names sound silly. You got these in the scale you used for last sketch. Up 5. Part of the problem is 12 or chord naming assumes a fifth. Yeah, all these chords have a fifth. They're just different sized fifths. Well, you don't have to use the names, but it works fine in 22, but for 27, it's a little tougher, especially because of these chords. I would like to figure out something. You get so many different chords in JI. Yeah, I mean, you can just spell them with numbers. I mean, you can do that in Aido too, just use Aido steps. It's not really about like needing another system. It's just like there is like something nice about the temperament naming systems and how it like helps you connect everything. So it's, you like, having done the 22 equal one, like not only did we come up with names for all the chords that weren't like super dry, but there were ways to relate all the chords to each other that are really obvious based on the names. Whereas if you call everything in 22, you know, major up 5 and major down 5 and minor up 5 and minor down 5 and all that shit, like, you can do that, that's fine. And probably more people will do that than will do temperament names. At least, I assume so. I don't know. But, I mean, most people aren't going to do any of this, period, so. But, yeah, I don't know. It helped. For me, it like helps make sense of the tuning in a more macro way. And makes it a little makes it feel friendlier to approach, and it also like highlights where the most interesting like Zen chords are and where the most familiar chords are, and it kind of gives you a way to like approach them theoretically and relate them to other similar chords and stuff. Yeah, well, yeah, these are just the MOS names. I didn't do any like RTT or anything. I just looked up the temperament names, the MOS names. I mean, which come from the temperament names. Or maybe it's TAM names or what. I don't know where it comes from, but that's what I've been calling it, and no one has corrected me, so I don't know. Yeah, the Hyrulic ones feel a little better, but they do have the same problem where it's not really the same. I feel that people latch on to the temperaments because it's what's there, not because they're any good. However, the correct answer is quite obscure. Yeah. Well, yeah, I'm trying to use everything that is there. I have a mix of TAM names and temp names. I mean, here, this is what I have. It's my chart. I don't know how well you can see it, but it's got a bunch of names on there. It's also on XA Discord. All we have is each other's. Yeah. So yeah, this chord inverts to this chord, which if you played it on the same root as the previous chord would be this. And that inverts to this, which if you played that on the same root, it would sound like this. So all three of those chords are. And coming up with a way to communicate that they are inversions and to distinguish them when they all sound vaguely minor. They do sound very similar, but that makes it harder to distinguish them. Like they have a similar like mood to them, which makes sense. But like, how do you distinguish them? So right now I have this is dichoid, this is dichoid major, that's wrong, this is dichoid major, this is dichoid minor, but they all sound minor, it just doesn't make sense. Mosh is an MOS pattern, magic is temp. You're at anti-RTT, you're against temperaments. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just giving them names. Maybe there's a better way of like giving this, like maybe it shouldn't be called temperament notation, maybe it should be called something else. But maybe it should be called MOS notation actually. Because that's actually what I'm using is MOS scales. But and maybe people would like that more. because a lot of people don't like temperaments, but everybody likes MOS, so maybe that would be better branding. Just call it MOS names. I have mixed names. Yeah, but that's literally what they call the scales. Yeah, but you look up the MOS and it gives you the temperament name. I just went and looked at the scales on 27. It was under the list of MOS scales. So, yeah, I don't know. I know that they're different, but you get an MOS from, like, you get an MOS and you can get a temperament, like, basically the same way. Like, basically, like, when a tuning supports a temperament, it manifests as an MOS scale. The same temperament will have a different MOS and a different EDO. Oh, I see. Okay, well. Interesting. Well, I guess if it's tuned, if the tuning range is wide enough, I guess that makes sense, but I don't know how the math works out with that, but the context of a particular EDO is 1-to-1. I see. So some temperaments might align with a MOS that has one name and one tuning and has another name and another one. So it could be associated with a different MOS scale. I see. Okay. I honestly I don't really care that much. Like, I don't care if it's consistent with the theory. I'm putting names on it, and everyone else can figure out what the name should be. This is just what's there. I would rather do this than call it like Red Bunny and Blue Bunny and shit like that, or just like make up a name like Grafrugula. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to just like shit out names. And also, there's like only so many words for like bigger and smaller. You know what I mean? So, this is what we have. I don't care if it's consistent. I hope that MOS and temperaments are terribly inconsistent. The worse off they are, the better my system is. Because out of everything, one thing will be useful. Well, MOS scales are useful. I mean, temperaments are useful too, I guess. All right. So there's the names though. So that's what I don't know. I really am just like clueless. So I'm gonna click on the wrong buttons. Yeah, I'm just totally clueless. I don't know what to. You don't like mosses? Well, there you go. Jeez, I don't know. The major and minor thing doesn't seem to work for this. I could just keep what I have, because at least that's something. And I'm just hoping that down the line I'll think of something better, or someone will think of something better, and we'll just change it. But yeah, I don't know. I'm lost. I'm completely lost. Okay, I guess I'll take a brief break. So let's check out Oberlieutenant's thing. I don't know if you're still here. I'll check out your stuff. playing and composing in mosses, I still find what others use them. Yeah. I'm the same way. I don't use them really. I try them out, but I never use them. The only ones I use are diatonic. Okay. If you're still here, Oberleutnant Herschel M. What did you want me to look at? I don't know what's not. What did you want me to look at on your page? I don't get it. I don't see anything except pictures. I just see a picture that's like I can't even look at because it's not cropped correctly. Or was that him who wanted me to look at something? Can I rate the very serious content you made? It's on my account. Okay, I don't think you're here. Here's all I'm seeing. I can't even read this. This is a joke that's going above my head or something. I should report it. I don't know what CK3 is. My rating is I don't get it. What does this mean? Very confusing. What is CK3? This is like a conspiracy theory. What is this? Alright. My rating is wow. Crusader Kings 3 a game? Oh. He's like spamming a game? Okay. Never played it and I definitely will not ever try it. No matter what. You could tell me that if I don't play this game, everyone I've ever known and loved will die, and I would just let them go. Just because of that meme. You could tell me, if you play this game, you'll get everything you've ever wanted, and I'll give you $10 billion, and every woman that ever rejected you will apologize sincerely. I'll say no. Fuck you. Go away. I don't want anything that I want anymore. Now I want nothing. If you said you can play this game and live a normal life, or you can die, I'd choose death. How's with Fume getting your ex back? Oh, didn't work. Did not work. That was misled. It's very sad. Very sad. CK3 is not a nerd game. Vic 3 is a nerd game. I don't know what any of these are, and I'm a fucking nerd, man. What are you talking about? Apparently not enough. Not enough of a nerd to know what the nerds are up to. What all the cool nerds are up to these days. Compared to some Mario shit, I love Mario. Mario's my jam. I'll play the shit out of some Mario. Especially Kaizo. Fucking love that. Kaizo shit. Subventions, recessions. Vic 3 is a nerd game. I don't know what that means. Vic. Oh, what do I do? I'm so lost. What if I... Okay. It's these... Maybe I need to stare at this. Well, the dichoid one is the worst one. So let's... Oh, and the other one is just the same thing flipped around. Alright, let's try something. Let's make a blank slate. Okay. Let's... I don't know, I retyped them. So this one, neutral is 6. Alright, let's try this. Maybe there's a way. Let's see, we have 6 and 7. And then we have 7, no, it's not 6, it's 8. We have 8 and 9, we have 9, 10. And then we have 10 and 8. Alright, maybe, I don't know what the hell this is going to accomplish. But I really don't know what to do. Okay. 8, 9, 9, 10, 10, 8. And then this one is just the flip of that. So we have 9, 8. Oh. Oh. Well, fuck. You know what? Maybe there is an answer in here. Let's see. So, because these flip. Yeah, this one should go here. So, yeah, this one goes here. So this is what confused me too, was that I thought these were going to flip to each other, but they didn't. So, what it is that these are like two chiralities. So when we talk about chirality, we do like left and right, right? That's what that is, right, Devin? These are like two chiralities of the same pattern. Like one's just the opposite direction of the other one. So one can be the left-handed, and the other can be the right-handed. Too slow. Shift Command Dot. Can you see that? So these are the dichoid ones up top, and these are the hydraulic ones on the bottom. So these all invert to each other, the hydraulic ones and the dichoid ones invert to each other. But as you can see, the flip. No, these are in 27. As you can see, the flip is in the other version or whatever. Man, so how do you communicate that these all invert to each other? Well, let's see. These are all This is the well shit, if we compare these have the same fifth span too. So this would be like the minor version of this. This would be the minor version of this. And this would be the major version of this. But it's not going to communicate the maybe like anti or something. Yeah, 8, 9, 10, 8, 10, 9. So left to right, the dichoid triads all invert to each other, and then the hyrulic triads all invert to each other. But these are like the fifth complements of each other. Like the hyrulic is like the fifth complement of the dichoid on all these. So I'm wondering if, since the symmetry is not obvious here, if there's some way to contrast it with this, but also maintain the identity of these as being chords that invert to each other. So I wonder if like what did I name the? I think this one I called this hyrulic. If I did that here, I'd call this the dichoid. And then on this one, I think I called it minor. So these are basically all part of the same MOS. That's a stretch. They're permutations of 8, 9, 10. Rotation. Okay, so yeah, these are rotations of each other, and then these are rotations. So how do you say that like this is the opposite direction of this? So I had this as H, and I had this as H minus, and I had this as H plus. And then I had, can't remember what letter I used for this, but I think it was K. I think this I was doing as K, and this I was doing as K major, and this is K minus. almost matches up. If I just flipped these, the thing is all of these sound minor, but these sound okay, they kind of match. They have the same structure as normal minor and major in their inversions. What do you mean? A normal minor and major chord, when you invert it, it has a fourth in it. These don't have fourths. The super major third is like a sub fourth. So the thing that makes this a thing is that you need, well, I don't know about need, but you want a name for every inversion, whereas you never really want that in 12-Edo. You never want that in 12-Edo. So the only time you do that in 12-Edo is like with sus chords, because they're not based on thirds, based on like fourths. So the intervals are different, but the pattern is the same. Yeah, but this is what I'm saying, is like you want to name your chords based on stacks of thirds. The reason you want to do this is because if you name every triad, it is like you can name every chord basically using extensions. So as long as you can qualify the sevenths, and you can name every tertian triad, or whatever the hell you want to call it, you pretty much can name all the chords, any chord you can think of, pretty much. I mean, some of them might still look pretty ugly, but that's why we have like music notations, piano roll and stuff, and Edo step numbers. But for most of the chords that anyone's ever going to want to use. But if you don't name them, then you have, you can name them by like flat down and up 5 and all that shit too. But the point I'm getting at is that if you could just solve this one problem, it's pretty much done. Like the chord naming is complete. I'm not saying it's perfect. I'm not saying anyone's going to want to change a name or even approach it differently, but you have a comprehensive system. Well, the problem is that with these dichoid chords, so these qualifiers, this plus and this minus, that is shorthand for major and minor usually. It doesn't have to be. Like on a diminished chord, it's for O-tonal and U-tonal. But it's basically, it represents the same thing. Like you flip the intervals in the same way. So like the brighter version gets the plus and the darker version gets the minus. So the question is like, what do you call these chords when, I mean, you could just organize them by brightness too, but like, it's just what do you call them? Do you call it major and minor? Maybe just don't call them major and minor. Maybe just call them lesser and greater or whatever, because they all sound minor. But the hyroleic, I think, is fine because they pretty much sound like what they look like. But the other thing is these are both part of the same MOS structure or whatever. I think one's just the flip of the other. So, or probably, yeah, it's like a minor and inversions. Yeah, so like what do you call that though? Because even when it inverts, it's still a stack of thirds. You know what I mean? I know, yeah, but even after you choose which is, like, I think this is the root position, because the super major third is like a sub fourth. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You don't want to call them inversions. Because you can invert the chord, you know what I mean? Because if you can have a chord. The thing is, if you were to call them inversions, it would be so confusing because you can still literally invert the chord. You know what I mean? So if you were on like a C, and you were to invert, say you had a C dichoid chord, and you inverted it, like literally inverted it, you would get to the K, you'd get to the dichoid major chord, but it would be on the E half flat or whatever, right? And that would be the C dichoid in first inversion, right? When you inverted it. But if you were to spell this dichoid major chord on a C, that would be the inversion of this chord. You know what I mean? So you would have to like redefine the root and spell it as an inversion, even though it's just a stack of thirds on the C. So when you wanted to change the chord, but like just keep the same root, say you were to just stick on C and you were to change the shape of the chord from the dichoid to the dichoid major to the dichoid minor on the same root. If you use dichoid major and dichoid minor, you don't have to re-specify the root every time. You know what I mean? Because otherwise you would have to say it's a E half flat dichoid over C, and then you'd have to say it's a G, an up G over C, and all that. Which, I mean, yeah, I guess you could do that. But you could do that with a bunch of these chords. It's just nice to not have to do that. And then it's like if you want to put extensions on it, it just makes it so messy. Like say you have this chord and you want to put say you have the first inversion of it and you want to put extensions on it. Like it's gonna be a you have to think about a chord that's not really an inversion. You're like arbitrarily deciding it's an inversion. So you're going to always have to relate it to another note of the chord. It's just in a way it's just not accurate. And in a way it's just annoying. So that's why I like doing it like this. You know math better than standard theory, so these are inversions to you. So like in 12-Eta, the most similar thing to this is the augmented triad, because it's a symmetrical structure. But you never have to use inversions with an augmented triad, because you can always just name it another augmented triad on the same root. You know what I mean? But here, when you change the inversion, the shape of the chord actually changes. So like if you were to play, yeah, but Doman though, listen, if I play all the chords back to back, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go play all the chords back to back and show you what I mean. Like they don't all that, they sound similar, but they don't all sound the same. If you were to go C, E half flat, up G, that'd be one of the dichord. You don't care about third, fourth distinction. That's fine, but you're also not naming the chords. Like if you're naming a chord, like you have to specify the root and all that. Listen, man, just don't worry about it. Just trust me on this one, dude. You don't need this, but I need this. You don't need it. But if you ever were writing charts, you would want this. When you're 7 years from now, when you're writing exclusively in 27 Edo and you're writing charts for your jazz band, you're gonna be so fucking glad I did this. You're gonna be thanking me for fucking wasting my time doing this bullshit so you could tell your fucking trumpet player what chords to play. Saying I need to choose between standard theory and math? No, I've already solved this problem in 22, and this is literally the last thing to solve in 27. Just trust me, Doman. It's a silly thing, for sure. But if the problem is solved, it's very nice to have that problem solved. It's like the world's least important problem, but if I can solve it, it's very nice. You do, and I don't mean that as an insult. It's just if you don't read charts and stuff. Like if you read charts and stuff, and if you did harmonic analysis and things like that, I think you would have a little more insight into this. In fact, I think a lot of people who do read charts and stuff still wouldn't know what the hell I'm talking about, because they've never tried to solve this problem, because they don't even know this problem exists, because they've never fucked with these tunings. Like I don't think anyone has ever thought about this problem before, because microtonalists don't care about naming chords for some reason. For some reason, I'm the first one. So I'm discovering that this is a problem. In 22, there were problems, but they were all solved. At least for this type of system that I'm going for. But now I'm trying to do the same thing in 27, and there's literally 3 chords that are like throwing a wrench in it. But the whole rest of it works, so this is really like the last. It's like the last problem. Yeah, I'll probably just ask XA. Maybe somebody can help me out. Oh, on Cabal? Oh, that's your group. Yeah, I could ask there as well, I suppose. But yeah, I don't know that, like, nobody really follows this stuff that I'm doing, except like variable. So I don't know, because variable also plays chords and stuff. Like variable plays piano and plays lumatone. So certain people would kind of get what I'm going for, but it's probably only a handful. But the thing is like if microtonality evolves, I mean, here's why I'm doing this is because stuff like this is like, it's just like a mental block. Like, not knowing how to approach talking about it, like makes approaching the whole thing kind of more overwhelming. So like, if we have systems in place that provide the language to discuss this stuff, I think it's going to open it up to a lot more people. Because a lot of people don't want to have to figure this shit out. They don't want to like have to figure out what the name of a chord is. And so like a lot of people who are doing microtonal music are people who are really comfortable with the ambiguity. And they don't really need to know exactly how to talk about everything. But there's a lot of people out there who will get hung up on this sort of thing. And they'll, it'll distract them. And I think doing this will... Hey dude, I was looking at your page, man. I was trying to find your content. What? Oberlieutenant. Oops, sorry. I don't even know I could do that. What? Is this what you wanted me to look at? It's in community posts. How do I see your community? What, I have to join your channel? You're making me subscribe to you, dude. I'm your only subscriber! How do I see your community? Oh, it's right here. I had it pulled up. You said I had to join. Oh, alright. I don't know what this is. What is this? What does this mean? What? A chilorate? We'll see if he doesn't quit because 90% of people die from cancer before they find CK. What is this? I mean, you don't have to make music to watch this stream. It is strange if you find it interesting, though. Although not really, I guess. Are you talking to me? I don't know who a chilorate is. What is that? Who's CK3? Well, I would have a chilorate doesn't do CK3 mega campaign. The world will explode. He's the best streamer. Oh, right on. Well, sorry he's not streaming right now, dude. You're stuck with me, I guess. Although not really. There's probably a million people streaming right now. There's a million other assholes just like me that nobody's watching. Trying to fucking solve problems nobody cares about. Live on the internet. Alright, anyway, I think for now I'm just sticking with what I have because I just don't have anything better. Like, I kind of feel like maybe the answer's in here, but like I'm not seeing it. The meme's funny because I don't get the joke. Well, as long as you're getting something out of it. And there you go, dude. I looked at it. I stared at your picture. And I was confused. So yeah, dude. Enjoy it. Soak up this moment. Let's just bask in this moment. Alright, let's go play some more lumatone. Let's actually play some lumatone. Maybe I can stop thinking about this for like 12 seconds. Bask in the robins, that's right. Oh, shit. Okay. And the other one is that one does sound minor. That one does sound major. No, it doesn't. Sounds minor. That sounds major compared to this. See, it works with the hyperbolic ones. Yeah, it's just like these one fucking chord, man. You have JI ear damage. What does that mean? JI ear damage. Here's the hyrulic chords. just make them all parallel the hyrulic chords so that you can just tell which one is like the major version of each other. So the dichord. So like this. The hyrulic. It's the dichord. And then it's the hyrulic. It's the dichord. Dichord is the minor sounding one. And there the dichord's the minor sounding one. And there the dichord's the minor sounding. So the dichord's the minor sounding one of all the hyrulic chords. The dichord has the minor version of it. Yeah, ear damage means some of these chords sound out of tune to you. Yeah, that makes sense. I don't think you need JI damage for these to sound out of tune. Here's a regular minor chord. That's kind of out of tune even. And here's dichord. They do feel like just one chord. This is the most annoying chord I've encountered. With respect to nomenclature. It's kind of interesting, it's kind of not. It's not that exciting to listen to. Your ears are used to being more accepting to Edos. Yeah, that makes sense. So maybe what I should do is just since hyrulic makes sense compared to dichord, maybe what I do, yeah they are, but that was already known. That's not a revelation. That's any triad with a fifth span greater than a perfect fifth is going to invert to unique triads with a different identity, and this is no exception. So like everything north in brightness of the basic triads, it's going to have this property. So since the fifth span here is like an up 5, it's true. Yeah, but we're looking specifically at triads, tertian triads, and we were defining and only certain ones, only ones that cannot be fourths and cannot be seconds. Well, they can be seconds or fourths, but they can't be major fourths or perfect. I mean, they can't be major seconds or perfect fourths. They can't be those. So only in that space that is like unambiguously in the third range. So in 27 Eta, that's subminor, minor, neutral, major, and super major in ascending order. And so you have 25 combinations of 2 of those thirds to make your 25 triads of 27 Edo. And of those 25, 10 of them have a fifth span greater than wait, that's not true. Hold on. Maybe this, wait, hold on, no, I know the answer to this. It's 4 plus 3 plus 2 plus 1. 3 and 3 is 6. It is 10, actually, yeah. So there's 10. Why does the fifth span matter? Because if the fifth span is greater than a perfect fifth, when you invert the triad, you don't get any kind of fourth. You would get something less than a perfect fourth. So in order for there to be in order for a triad to invert and not be a unique triad, in other words, in order for a triad to invert and really only be an inversion of the triad, there has to be a fourth, some kind of fourth. It could be an up 4 or whatever, but it can't be less than a perfect fourth. So like when you invert a C major chord, you start with major third, minor third. When you invert it, you get minor third, perfect fourth. So that's no longer a root position tertian triad, but you can express those 3 notes as one, because less than a fourth is a third. So it's by definition a triad, a distinct triad. So that's just how music theory works. It's arbitrary, but it's also well established. Like, to some extent it's arbitrary, but also it's practical, because it just so happens that most of our chords, especially what we consider basic chords, and most of our most common chords, are either triads or they're chords that include a triad in one or 2 extra notes. So the triad is like the most basic chord in most music practices. So the only time that you would really get outside of that is like if you go into like serialism and stuff, or you're really into like free, or you're like on purpose not trying to use triads, or you're really experimental, or you use a lot of but the thing is, even if you play like jazz or something and use a lot of extended chords, the theory is all based on triads, even though you're not playing triads. You write, all of the chord notation is still based on triadic harmony. like every chord name is based off a triadic harmony. So to extend that notation and that manner of communication into the microtonal world, I'm sticking to the same convention and just trying to expand upon it. But yeah, this thing about in 12-Uta there's only one triad that has that property, and it's symmetrical, and that's the augmented triad. There's other chords that have that property and scales and stuff, but and a lot of symmetrical ones too, but only one triad. And since it's symmetrical, it doesn't present the same problem that I'm dealing with right now. Anyway, I came over here to do something. What was it? It was to just say, okay, let's make the K minus the flip of the H minus, and make K the flip of H, and make K plus the flip of H plus. Because even though dichoid doesn't make sense on its own, using the system, maybe we just apply it this way, and the symmetry with the hyrulic will sort of justify it. So we'll try that. We'll flip K and K plus. So we'll flip dichoid and dichoid major. So we'll call dichoid major dichoid. Maybe major and minor aren't the right terms. Maybe we should do lesser and greater or something. I don't know, man. Dichoid major would be right here, I guess. And that way at least you know CK plus and CH plus are corresponding. So at least that will give you that. And that will be nice, but the names for dichoid specifically don't really, it doesn't sound like there's a dichoid major at all. I guess the other way we could do it is we could do greater and lesser and just put one in the middle and base it on brightness and do the pluses like that. I mean, that's definitely possible because they're not really major and minor. But the thing is the hyrulic names do actually sound right. They do actually make sense for hyrulic. So it's like there's one fucking set of 3 chords that doesn't make sense. Does the whole fucking rest of the system have to change for the one set of 3 chords? Or should the 3 chords just do the best approximation and hope people aren't too fucking OCD about it? Stacking thirds doesn't matter that much. You know you're not the target audience here. Dichoid is kind of minor. It seems to be preserving inversions. I agree with you. I agree with you completely. That's kind of the issue. Like before you were telling me that, I was saying that on the stream. So I was saying they all sound minor. But that doesn't happen with hyrulic. They don't all sound major. You know what I mean? So, yeah. And it doesn't have to sound major or minor too. It's just, it has to sound major. Like it's better if it sounds major compared to the, like, it's better if dichoid major sounds major compared to dichoid minor, if that makes any sense. But I don't know if that's going to be the case here. instead I opted to just like flip it with hyrulic. The thing is, if I call dichoid, you know what? Maybe we could do that though, because the symbols would still be the same. Maybe we could do lesser and greater for dichoid, and do major and minor for hyrulic, but keep the correspondence in the names. But that would have to be, only if it makes sense to do that. No, because dichoid is the greater one. That's the largest fifth span. No. Dichoid minor is the largest fifth span. It's actually flipped. It's actually flipped. Yeah, this one just doesn't want to play. Doesn't want to cooperate with everybody else, so. Does doing this even make sense with respect to dichoid though? That's the other thing. Like, does the plus and the minus, does it even, can you really flip them? Because dichoid, minor is major, super major. And then dichoid major is neutral major. Oh, that doesn't make any fucking sense. That makes no fucking sense. You're gonna get warts if you don't base it on some strict math structure. I guess that's something that's happened here. That didn't happen in 22 though, I don't know. It doesn't have a chord like this, where it alternates 3 different intervals. 22 only alternates 2 different intervals. The thing is, with the hyrulic, it doesn't seem to be that big of a deal. But with dichoid, it does. Maybe we should just call it like anti-rulic or something. Wait, what? I did this wrong. Oh, I did this wrong. Hold on. This should be dichoid. I did this totally wrong. This should be dichoid. Then the NM and MN, that one would stay. Although it makes no sense for dichoid. I wonder if we could do like hyrulic, major, super major, Yeah, what symbol would you use? I guess you could use plus and X. And then for dichord, you could use minor and subminor. And use minus and double minus. Let's try that. Let's just try it and go see if it works. So this we would call subdichoid. And then where's the next one? Dichoid minor. Dichoid. Does that make sense, or should they flip? Should dichoid be on the bottom? That kind of makes sense to me. I think dichoid should be on the bottom. No. I was doing it right. It should be subdichoid. It should just meet in the middle. Let's just try this. So we have subdichoid, and then the next brightest one will be dichoid minor, and then dichoid will be the brightest one, and then with hyrulic we do the opposite. We would do hyrulic, hyrulic major, I do super hyrulic, give that an X. And then let's see if that makes any sense. See if that still makes sense for hyrulic. And see if it makes sense at all. Let's go back to the lumatone. Okay, let's see. What am I looking for? Mouse. Okay. What is a third is arbitrary? Kind of. It's all based on what your basic triads are. So basically you start at the basic triads, which a third subdivides a fifth, basically. And then you expand from there. And then they're arbitrary to the extent that intervals are completely arbitrary. Where however you like, why do we say it goes up to a seventh? You know what I mean? But that lines up with, you know, how we tend to write music and stuff. So mathematically, it feels arbitrary, but there's more to music than just the numbers. I mean, there's a whole grammar to it, you know. There's a reason that like 7-note scales are so popular. It just has to do with the way people make sense of sound. and the reasons for that are very mysterious, but it's a, just that it's an organic thing. Okay, let's try this. I'm hoping this works. I feel good about the idea. So this would be subdichoid, and that would invert to dichoid. That's kind of weird, I guess, but and that would invert to super neutral, dichoid minor. So this would be dichoid, and then this would be hyrulic. So that would be dichoid minor. That would be dichoid that'd be subdichoid. That feels better. That feels better. They're all minor chords, and there's no major word even in there. So subdichoid, dichoid, dichoid minor, and then the dichoid minor would flip to hyrulic major, right? So this would be neutral super major. That's just hyrulic. That's not right. That should be hyrulic major. This is hyrulic. Let's try these. So hyrulic would be this. If this is hyrulic, and then that would flip to super hyrulic. Well, that makes sense. And then that would flip to hyrulic major. Well, those sounds make sense. It's kind of the most minor of them. It doesn't really have a name. That one sounds pretty majory. Because if I call this hyrulic, I have to call that hyrulic major. It sounds minor. But the hyrulic minor would flip to neutral super, would flip to super neutral, dichoid minor. standard theory, the same chords can have a bunch of different names, and you have to accept. Yeah, and they do. Yes, a lot of the chords already have a bunch of different names. It's not. Yeah. Because these chords invert to other chords that are distinct identities. So the distinct identities are also inversions of other chords. You know what I mean? That's just part of the system. But like if you want to root a triad, like you should always be able to root a triad on the lowest note. That's the thing. So you should have a way of, if as long as you're stacking 2/3, you should be able to say this is this chord, this is some chord. You should be able to say it without saying it's an inversion of something else, even when it is. So that's the case here, where we have 10 chords that invert to other triads. You know, maybe I'm wrong about that, but I think that's something I want. Okay, but these, I don't know if these are making sense the way I want them to. So I want this chord and this chord to kind of correspond. The fifth is so big it inverts to a third. Yes. Yeah, that's right. Makes the inversion a distinct triad. Yeah. Basically, if you can express the chord in a stack of thirds, and those thirds are not diminished or augmented, then it's a triad. So if you define the triad as a three note chord made out of thirds, you say that's a root position triad of some kind. As long as those conditions are met, it's some root position triad. So sometimes you invert those triads and you get other triads in root position. So in 12-uto it happens on the augmented chord, and that's it as far as the triads go. But in other systems you have a lot more chords that can happen with. Like in 22 it happens with 6 chords, and in 27 it happens with 10 chords. It was a lot easier to deal with in 22 because the chords that happened with, all 6 of them only had 2 types of thirds. So it's some combination of super major and major thirds in 22. But since 27 has neutrals, this chord that has 1 neutral, 1 super major, and 1 major, or like 2 of those, 2 out of the 3, they're like weird to think about. It's hard to approach them the same way. So that's what I'm doing. It's dichoid and hyrulic in this, and hyrulic happens to play a little better, but dichoid is not. If hyrulic sounded as consistently major as dichoid does, then this would probably be a little easier. But unfortunately, it doesn't. Because that sounds minor. And that sounds major. And that sounds augmented. So hyrulic sounds like 3 distinct chord qualities, whereas dichoid sounds like 1 chord quality, inverted. Call this okay. Maybe I'm getting somewhere. I think the sub and minor is a good idea. I'm hoping I just didn't apply it the right way. So what if we call this minor? Is that one minor? That's gotta be the sub one, because it's got the smallest. Minor, miss, minor, you hear. So this one I labeled as sub, I think. As neutral, super, or neutral, major, subdichoid. And then major, neutral. You call them all minor, but what minor? Like, how do you distinguish them using pluses and minuses? How do you distinguish them from each other? How do you distinguish this from this? That sounds like augmented in comparison. Maybe that should be super dichoid. And then just dichoid, just try that. Just try it. Fuck it. Try it. So super dichoid would be major, super major. And then we can go back to using pluses. And then dichoid maybe. So let's try that. So super neutral, call that dichoid. Because they all sound fucking minor anyway. And then and where's the other one? Call the other one dichoid minor. Or just call it subdichoid, but just give it a minus. That might be cool actually. Because they're all minor really. So it would be like super dichoid. That's not right. Super dichoid. Subdichoid. No. Dichoid. Subdichoid. You reading the arguments discussion on tuning of the monk thread? Are people arguing about this in tuning of the monk? There's an unavoidable tension between standard theory and math. People are talking about the chords. I would love to see that. I haven't seen that. You've added consistency over the sound. Yeah, I think kite is the same way. No, it's talking about this in there. What are you talking about? I don't really feel like Kite's that much of a math nerd, but so why do you like ups and downs so much? Yeah, I like ups and downs too. I don't just like, I use ups and downs. It's just, I don't like using them to, I don't like calling a 22 equal major chord a down major and calling the super major a major, a regular major. Because I want the sound to line up. And that's kind of what I'm trying to do with this, with 27 the 802, is like just make sure that the names make sense, at least somewhat, in terms of the sound. He just doesn't spit out one of his numbers. Well, I don't know. Anyway, what was I doing? So yeah, Romeo's, I'm trying to like, I've almost got all the names, but like there's 6 chords that are giving me a hard time. Really it's just 3, but the 3 is screwing it up for the other 3. But I think I might have cracked the code. I'm trying to find out. So once I finish this thought, I'll go and I might go over it again. Let's see, so neutral, major, subdichoid, and then dichoid, super neutral, and then super dichoid. So that's kind of augmented. So I do like that. You can even call it like dichoid augmented instead of super dichoid. That sounds minor. and that sounds minor. The alternative would be to call this sub-dichoid, call that dichoid minor, just call that dichoid. I think I did that before though, and it just didn't match up with the other one. It's impossible to do in a way that's everyone's satisfied. You're probably right. But yeah. Still, I'm pretty much satisfied with everything in this one except for like these 6 chords. So I'm just trying to like get it at least to a point where I can stop thinking about it. It's misguided to expect one unified theory. Yeah, I agree with that. Absolutely. Okay, so what I really would like is for this to correspond with the hyrulic names as well, because they're all related. So if the subdichoid is neutral major, then major neutral should be that would make it like, I'll have hyrulic major. That does sound major. So that works. And then, so the minus goes with the plus. And then, let's see. Superdichoid is this. So major, super, so super major is super hyrulic. That matches up. Are we almost there? I don't know. Something about this is not consistent, but maybe it doesn't have to be. And then dichoid is super neutral, which I guess is, I don't know what the hell else to call that. And then, that's honestly like the funniest fucking chord. I guess it should just have like a name. Dichoid. Yeah, that's a dichoid. Whatever that means. That's what that is. And then the neutral super would be hyrulic. Maybe this is... Maybe this is good enough. Maybe this is good enough. If you approach 27, you don't need my chord names, and that's okay. That is not okay. How dare you? How dare you? All right, let's see. Maybe this is good. I'm gonna pull up the chart so y'all can see it, but I'm gonna stay at the lumatone. You take that back right now, sir. You're gonna lose the wrench. that wrench is not a guarantee. Tell me you need these chords. Fuck, I fucked it up. Oh. Well, they all fit. Okay. Can y'all see everything? Hold on. standing way over here trying to freaking use my mouse. Okay, I think y'all can see it. Okay, there's everything. Alright, so here's... Oh, you're just gonna have to not see anything that I'm playing, I guess. So here would be... I need to go over it again. I'm sorry. I'm going to take this away. I guess I could share this window instead of sharing the screen. That way I can still stare at it. Let's do that. Let's, we don't even need all this fluff right here. Okay. Okay, so there's all the chords. As you know, in the background. Alright. If that is the price of the truth. Ah, you're fine, Devin. I forgive you. Alright, so let's do this. So the subdichoid, just make sure I like this. Oh, I like it enough to go to sleep. Neutral major. And it is the smallest dichoid, so that makes sense. And then this would be the super dichoid. Sounds kind of augmented, so that one makes sense. And then this one just sounds weird, which is dichoid. It sounds minor, but yeah, it's just fucking weird. These both sound minor, but this sounds better as a minor. So maybe just calling this dichoid is good. And this could be subdichoid or even dichoid minor, honestly. Maybe just call this dichoid minor. I mean, that just sounds right. I mean, they all sound minor, but it's fine. It'll be fine, I think. And then when you flip this, neutral major becomes major neutral. Then you get hyrulic major. So maybe, yeah, let's just flip the sub. Let's call it dichoid minor, even though they're all pretty minor. And then just like how in 22 we have magic minor, even though it's not minor at all, it's just an augmented chord. I think it's fine. And then let's look at hyrulic and make sure that is okay. So I feel that is good for dichoid. Did doing that ruin hyrulic is the question? Because I also tried to make them correspond to each other because they are related, and it is ideal that that is kind of communicated, or like if you just know that you can see it. So hyrulic, where's the normal hyrulic chord? Okay, so neutral super major. So that would be hyrulic. That one sounds kind of minor. And then if we flip this, but the thing is, nothing in dichoid sounds major. So that's probably fine. So hyrulic, regular, neutral, super major. So if we go super major, neutral, that's dichoid. If we wanted, I guess we call this hyrulic minor. Call that dichoid major. So just dichoid, but I don't know. But we have super dichoid. Fuck, is that the answer? Call this dichoid major. Call this hyrulic minor. Don't give a plain name to either of them. I think that's it. And then let's check the last chord. The super hyrulic. No, I have 2 more chords to check. So maybe we call this hyrulic minor. I'll put that on hold for a moment. So hyrulic major is major neutral. That sounds good. Sounds like a major chord. And then when we flip it, we go neutral major. That sounds like a minor, and that is dichoid minor. So that's good. And then there's one more, which is super hyrulic. Which is C, E down G sharp. So this. And I think that's fine. It sounds augmented-y enough to call it super. And then when we flip it, we get super dichoid. So that's not symmetrical. Super hyrulic, supposed to be super dichoid. That makes sense though. The names make sense for them specifically. The hyrulic major becomes, or not becomes, but if you flip the intervals, become dichoid minor. It's still consistent because the qualifiers wouldn't flip. It's just that chord in particular. Like it's not going to flip to a diminished. Like minor usually becomes major, but this is not really like even in that way. Because they're both, it's super major and major. So dichoid is like the lower one, and the hyrulic is the brighter one. So that makes sense, kind of. So super dichoid and super hyrulic. This kind of makes sense, but then hyrulic major would flip to dichoid. Major minor. flip to a dichord major. Then dichord flips to hyrulic. So super hyrulic flips to super dichord. Dichord minor flips to hyrulic major. And hyrulic flips to dichord. You know what? I don't care. I don't care that it's not symmetrical. Maybe this will get fixed. I think this makes sense enough to move on. Because I mean, I don't know why it is that way, but that's just kind of the way it is. So, I mean, it's literally just how the chords work. So I don't really know why. It's not exactly what I would hope for more symmetry or something, but not really. In order to do that, I'd have to like change the name scheme. I don't know. This is the best fit I think I've found. This feels a lot better than what I had, and I think I can at least for tonight walk away from this. Let me go over it one more time. So like the dichord minor is neutral major, and then the super dichord is major super major. I mean, that makes sense. That's a good name. I mean, it's yeah. So, and then the plain old dichord is this. This is the only one I could consider giving a different name to, but like what would you even call it? Dichord major? It doesn't sound major, it sounds minor. And they're not, it's not the flip of the other chord, so. So I think that's good. Alternatively, I could like call this dichord minor and call this subdichord, but then sub would flip to major, and then minor would flip to dichord minor would become dichord major would just become hyrulic, so it would just completely lose that. Even though it's an imperfect correspondence, it would completely lose the correspondence if I did that. So at least there's some correspondence here. So like the way it is right now, since hyrulic and dichord are, I think, basically the same, like based off the same generator, they're like the same scale basically. So like major, neutral, and a neutral major. It's nice if they mirror each other. So like this is dichord minor, this is hyrulic major. And so like in the context of dichord this makes sense, and then in the context of hyrulic this makes sense, and then in the way that they mirror each other it also makes sense. So that's nice. And then this is super dichord, this is super hyrulic. So they're both augmented chords. It still makes sense. I mean, they're both like, one is major, super major, the other is super major, major. So in 22 Edo, those chords invert to each other, but it's almost like in 27, that kind of chord gets split into two different chords. So in 22, that same pattern, super major major, is a magic major, and then major super major is magic minor. But in this system, 27, these don't invert to each other. And it makes sense to call them both super anyway, because they're both augmented. So that works. And then the dichoid and the hyrulic flip to each other. The dichoid being super major neutral, which is a funky chord, and then the hyrulic now being neutral super major, which kind of feels minor. So yeah, I'd be okay with calling that hyrulic minor. But then I would have to call that dichoid major. I don't like that. And then there'd be no plain hyrulic. But it could be hyrulic minor. Just flip with dichoid. So let's take another look at these. So that'd be hyrulic minor. That'd be dichoid. That's the major. That's the minor. But if I call that minor, I would need to flip the cymbals around. That's what I don't like about it. Where are my cymbals right now? Well, I don't have a minus. On this one. So I could, actually. I could put a minus on that one, actually. But then I would have no plain one. Well, instead of putting an X on this, I guess I could just call that hyrulic. So I could do this hyrulic minor, and then the super hyrulic would just be the regular one. Then I don't have to use a weird symbol. So what would that look like? So if the hyrulic major were to flip. So what is this? Hyrulic minor would be neutral. So that would flip to dichoid. Dichoid has no symbol. And then That would have no symbol. Dichord would have a plus. Yeah, so there's not really like symmetry in these that I was kind of hoping there would be, but the hyrulic major would flip to the dichoid minor, which that's nice, but then the hyrulic minor would just flip to dichoid, and the super dichoid would just flip to the, I guess you could call it dichoid major too if you really wanted to. Dichoid major would flip to the hyrulic. I don't like using the word major with the dichoid, it just annoys me. This is better though. I think the issue before was what I call the main chords, and then you could go dichoid major here. It would look exactly the same. This is what I had when I started. No, because the dichoid main one is different. I don't want to call that major anyway. It's like an augmented chord. I'm just gonna stick with super, but keep the plus. And I think that's fine, because it's the biggest one. Okay, I think this is good. It's not as, yeah, the symmetries I was hoping for in the hyrulic and the dichoid are not quite there. But I think this is like a fine. Also, this way the hyrulic and the dichoid are both the largest. No, they're not the largest fifth span. Never mind. They both just start in the super major. I don't know, it feels kind of random, but it's not perfect, but this is better than what I had. You can't have full symmetry here yet. Okay, I think I'm good with that. So this is it, at least for today. I can walk around. I can walk away from this. I'll probably stare at it and find something else about it that bothers me, but I think this is good. And yeah, these two modes, the dichoid and the hyrulic, have this interesting relationship. So, all right. So I guess what I'll do is show what time is it. I barely played any music. I'm just like obsessing with this bullshit. Let's just close this out. I'm gonna keep staring at it. Let's check out the other chords too, and just like make sure everything is still cool. So we have our subdiminished, we have our utonal diminished, that mosh minor, that Movilla minor, sub minor, and then okay, we'll do all that later. So then the O-tonal diminished is going to be minor, sub minor. That's a really nice diminished chord. really buzzy. And then the diminished is minor minor, and then minor neutral is the arca minor, I don't know how you say that, arca minor. There's too many fucking chords in this shit. And then minor, and then the Mach minor. And Mosh major. No, well. Mosh major? Really? What the fuck? What's a Mosh minor? That makes sense. I guess. It's such a fucking... It's like a diminished chord. Yeah, I don't know, maybe we should rethink that. It should be subminor and minor or something. Put a minus and a blank. But it's a major in comparison though. It's interesting. I'm just gonna keep it. We had the same thing in 22 and it's fine. So I think it's probably fine. Archaea major. Makes sense. Archaea minor is this. Archaea major, Archaea minor. Too many chords, man. Too fucking many chords. Right. Neutral. Here's a dichoid minor. They're just fucked up minor chords. And then Mavilla major sub minor. And then Mavilla minor is a major. Hyrulic major, augmented, super dichoid, so far I'm into it. So far so good. And then super major. Major, dichoid, maybe that could be dichoid major because this is all like a major region. We'll fuck up the notation possibly though. I could do an X and a plus, I guess. Do dichoid major and super dichoid. And call dichoid minor. Dichoid. Or just dichoid minor. And then machinoid. So hyrulic, dichoid, hyrulic, machinoid. Nah, that's fine. I'm not gonna fuck with it. Okay, let me fix my symbols because some of them are wrong. And okay, I think I got them all. Tight. So funny how like the most in tune interval like will stick out the most. on from there. Cool. I love that A half flat there. I guess A half flat's kind of like the regular A flat though, isn't it? But the scale is like neutral. Or is it just minor? Maybe it's just minor. It is a neutral, say A flat, or A half flat neutral. Alright. I like being able to play these tenths. 6 octaves. Maybe not complete, but. 11th too, but kind of crazy. I think I'm gonna wrap up there. It's getting kind of late. Thanks everybody who checked out the stream. Sorry to play too much music today, but I think I'm pretty much done with this, at least for now. I'll share all this information on the xenharmonic Alliance Discord, and maybe send it to some of the Facebook groups too, and see how much people want to complain about it. But yeah, I think for my purposes, it's at least something is there. So can always refine it later. I might not even use the temperament stuff, temperament names. But I don't know. I might use some of them and forget some of them. I mean, there's just so many. But I'll definitely keep the chart for future reference and mess around with it. It is nice to have something other than just accidentals and a couple chord symbols, although that is sufficient for sure. Okay, so yeah, catch y'all tomorrow. Should be making a little more music tomorrow. So yeah, okay, doing a little more jamming. Probably checking out some of this stuff, some of these chords and stuff. Maybe a few more scales in 27. And yeah, I do want to go back to 22 as well at some point soon. There's some stuff I was working on in 22 that I was working on linnstrument, so I don't know if I need to go back to linnstrument or learn how to play it on lumatone. Or both. I don't know. Anyway, I'll figure that out later. Okay, see y'all next time. Have a good one.